Okay. We should be good. Yes, we are. All right. Hello, everyone. I know you're not here yet. Okay. Just let me change the thumbnail and we'll talk about what we're doing today. Awesome. Okay. Just a second. Oh. Okay. So, what are we doing today? I'm glad you asked. What? You didn't say anything? That's weird. Okay. So, yesterday, I went through a bunch of my strats, fixed some things, did some other things, and then just did some practice, and did an actual honest to goodness attempt of from the beginning of the game all the way to gargoyles. And it went not terrible. Now, as much as I would love to cross gargoyles off the list, I don't want to touch gargoyles today. I hate them. But I don't hate gargoyles so much as I just hate everything about them. So today, my plan is I'm going to start a character from scratch. We're going to run through everything cited, just following all the rules and things we're supposed to do, doing everything properly, and just making a bunch of saves along the way, re-editing my old saves so that they're more or less cemented for the rest of time. And then finally, we're going to make a save before gargoyles, and we're going to practice gargoyles a bunch. I know I said I was tired of gargoyles, but we have to do this. And we're going to try and get past and route past gargoyles today. So we have to do all this because we need a save that is legitimate and like actually follows all the rules that we've set up to this point so that we can actually test what we need beyond this point. And I really need to figure out how this camera works. Like, I need to be like, should I just like slide it over? Oh, that's gonna ruin continuity. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, there it goes. Was that what I wanted? It still feels like it's not the best range of motion, but anyways. So what we need to do is get a character that has all the right items, all the right stats, all the right amount of souls, all the right creatures killed, everything like that, so that we can create a save point to route past gargoyles with. I'm pretty sure my goal after gargoyles is Quelaag. I don't see a reason why not to do Quelaag next, unless I simply don't have the souls to beat Quelaag, but I don't think that's the case. I think literally any amount of souls is enough. There will be the question of how to spend those souls, but that's called routing. So, without much further ado, let's make a new character. We are still on what I would call Route 1. You could argue we switched to Route 2 at some point, but it's still the same basic route. We really haven't had any new ideas beyond kill gargoyles, kill Quelaag. Okay. We're going to try and get through all this as fast as we can, taking note of things that don't work. Alright, well, it's fine. Trying to rush things. Now, I think the one save I would need for Asylum is before the boss. But realistically, I don't need any saves in Asylum because it's so short and I'm going to do it so often. Yeah. Probably. Just getting a feel for how he shoots arrows. One thing I do want to pay attention to is menus. um, it sucks. I'll tell you that. Main thing with menus is you just have to know what's in your inventory and where things are. And what's going to happen is things are going to go wrong, and you're just going to have to figure it out. But the best thing you can do to deal with menus is, one, for certain instances, you just have to have a pre-planned out idea of what you're doing. And two, you have to have ways to check to make sure that what you think you did is actually what you did. So I don't have a great example here, but right now I only got 2 items, and they're very similar items. But they do have different sounds that they make when you use them. Also, I'm supposed to dark sign here. And so it's like, if you need to swap weapons, you do what you've practiced to swap weapons, and then you use that weapon, and if it sounds like that weapon, you're like, okay, I swapped weapons properly. But for other things, like buying stuff, you just gotta know. You have to keep careful track of everything you pick up, and it's all planned out, so that's how you do that. So for example, at some point in this near future, I'm going to be dropping the straight sword hilt, and so I just have to know that the weapons section is 1, 2, 3, 4 over, and straight sword is 1 down. Things like that. But I'll also point out that because you're blindfolded, it makes it very hard to get items. So you're unlikely to have a lot, because you don't actually want to go to all the trouble of figuring out how to get them. Also, this roll is going to kill Oscar here. But the biggest thing with menuing is going to be what happens next, which I did mess with a little bit. Is this. You can go down here, but now here, because I equipped the straight sword hilt earlier, now this slot has forever remembered the straight sword hilt, where every other slot remembers the dagger because it's the first item. So basically what I'm doing right now is I'm determining what every single input I ever do will ever be. But there are nice things that menus have, like, I don't think there's ever an instance where the dark sign won't be the last menu on this list unless you manually change it. So anytime I want a dark sign, I can just open the menu, hit enter, hit up, spam enter a bunch of times, and I'll dark sign. Things like that are really nice. Yeah, things absolutely can and do go wrong in the moment. And you've either got to deal with it or start over. So, resetting is interesting. There are a lot of ways to reset. And when I say that, I mean, there's really only one way to reset. So dark signing is the best way to reset anything, because it will take you back to a known location at the last bonfire you rested at, which is why you see me dark signing so often, is because if I ever get lost, or it also helps for routing too, is like when I dark sign to this bonfire, I then do a bunch of rolls in a very specific way. And so every time you need to go up these stairs, it's easier to just go back to bonfire and then get up the stairs the way I know how, rather than to try and find a new way to get up the stairs. This is going really, really bad. Yeah, this would be a reset. But yeah, every time you die or dark sign, you go back to the same spot, which is nice. There are instances, though, where you become so lost that you have to reset the entire run. The part of the goal of routing is to reduce those to a minimum, but they do exist. And they mostly exist not because there's anything inherently different about running blindfolded, but more so because if you didn't take the time to figure out how to solve a certain problem that can happen, and it comes down to you had the thing happen that causes you to have to solve that problem, I mean, you can try and figure it out in the moment, but you're not going to be able to. Well. We're getting in terribly unlucky with some things, but that's fine. This guy's mad. Whoops. Here, we dark sign to reset our position, but we have to dark sign before we get the 2,000 souls. Are you joking? I guess I did it too soon. I've never done that too soon before, actually. Oh, that's a new one. Hopefully this section actually goes well. This section is mostly dependent on how we end up rolling the stairs. That's more or less what's supposed to happen. All right, let's wait a little bit. Okay, now that should work. Yeah, okay, so we get the 2,000 souls and he's dead. And we've reset our position to something known so that we don't have to rely on trying to figure out where we were in the boss room in order to just do this. I don't personally celebrate July 4th, but I appreciate the sentiment. Alright, here's a fun part. First, we backstep. We backstep because when the game loads you in here, it loads you in a little bit further than it normally does, for some reason, because it gives you a little, like, walking forward animation. I don't know. And now we have to wait 5 seconds, which I assume we already have by standing here talking. And now we do this. And the reason we do that is very important. We do that so that we have a blood stain on the ground with our souls in it. Now, technically what I would do here is I would go into my menu, and I would drop this piece of garbage right here. And the reason I do this is because now there's a toggle option between recover lost power and pick up my bloodstain. And so now, if I try and two-hand my weapon, it doesn't work. And that's important, because I need to know that my bloodstain is actually on the ground in front of me to pick up later. It is also possible that you could just do this next section without dying, but if you make any mistakes and don't know how to move forward, you will lose the 2,000 souls forever, and that's bad. So we do this. And the reason we also... Actually, no, we do have to do this regardless. Kind of. Because we want to use the dark sign in order to get back to the bonfire, and the dark sign, while it forfeits all your souls, it doesn't forfeit all your souls that are stuck in a bloodstain. Now we can dark sign. Oh, alright. Because we dropped an item earlier, it's changed our yes over to a no. We have to turn it back to a yes. This is the kind of menu stuff that you really have to get a handle over. For this section, I have to memorize that purchase item is 4 down, and that heavy soul arrow was the first item on the list.
Come back soon.
All right. That was actually a run reset point. If I died at any point with those 2,000 souls, the run was basically over. Not necessarily, I suppose. If I can go and get the souls back, it's fine. But if they get into an area that I can't get to, then I don't have any way of getting those souls, and I need them for this spell, so... Also worth pointing out that it would technically be faster. It would be faster to just go from Rickert to where I'm headed, but that would require routing that, and then if I died on that route, all that routing would have to be thrown away for starting back from the bonfire, so I tend to just start back at the bonfire every chance I get, because it's overall much, much easier to keep in your head and much, much easier to route. Also, I haven't done this section while being able to see in a very long time, and it looks weird because I never see it. This feels like I'm going to die, but this is the route. We're good. Okay, it was fine. I also haven't seen that section in a while. Do you mean the hollows that I used to lock onto? Yeah, he's very important, actually. Although, I will say those hollows make that area infinitely harder because of one technique that I use, which is resetting the camera. which most people probably don't even realize is a thing you can do in Dark Souls. But basically, if you press the reset camera button, it'll just set your camera straight forward to where you're facing. But it's also the lock-on button, so it only works if there's no enemies around. And because there's all those hollows around, if you like lock on in like most situations, it'll lock onto those hollows. And so I have to very specifically around them, so that I either lock onto them when I want to, and I don't lock onto them when I don't want to. And actually, the second time I used lock on in that section, if I press it a second time, so like I'm looking into like the one doorway and I press lock on and it like switches the camera so that I can actually see better and roll properly straight forward. If I press lock on one more time, it'd lock onto the hollow sitting next to me, and it would completely ruin everything. It's very precise. Oh, that's interesting. I now know why in the past I've done that and wondered why I couldn't hear the footsteps of the Drake. I was quite pleased with how all that went. Granted, it's so much easier when you can see. If you see me doing this parry animation sometimes, the reason I do that is because at that moment, I'm walking in a diagonal direction, which requires pressing 2 keys at the same time. And because of that, if I let go of one of the keys a little bit too soon than the other, it will change my direction in that direction, and then everything will be thrown off. And so I guess to clarify, I have to parry during that so that my direction is held while I'm parrying, and then I can let go of the keys in order to, so that when I let go, they effectively get let go of that at the same time. That was a very, very good find, because otherwise those sections would just have a chance of failing. And that's not good in a run like this. Okay, I feel like I guess I'll quickly dark sign to reset my position, and then I'll make a backup save here. Because the main point of why I'm doing all this sighted is just to get some saves that are accurate. Because I got a whole schwack of saves, but some of them are outdated and don't have certain items that I have routed in and things like that. So it would just be good to have things to work from where I can actually finish the run from. Okay, where would I call this? Valley Bonfire, I guess? Let me check my notes. Elevator, bonfire, yeah, looks like it, okay. Now this next strat is really fun. Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, dude, come on. Come on. Oh, Oh, come on. That was so close. Okay, this is good. This is real good. Oh, come on. It looks the same as last time, but yeah! Second try. He just gave me the good stuff today. I don't know. That goes so smooth when you can see. Although I will say this section is actually quite easy to do without being able to see. Up past this point, it gets a little trickier, but... Oh, also... kind of need to do that. Now, I don't fully understand why, but it does seem like I have to quit out at this section for it to work properly. Part of that is because this is where I created a backup save. And so in order to create that save, I have to quit out to create that save. And so everything I did was from the point where I quit out, but there's no reason why it should have had to have quit out, but that's the case. Ooh. Yeah, it just don't work. This section is a relatively new addition, and it works surprisingly well. Well, that's really unfortunate. But good I saw it happen. I'd have to remember, if that ever happened, that I have to lock on again. But it probably didn't ruin anything. I might want to make a save here just because this section is really hard. It's good for practice. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. This section goes wrong even when I can see. There was basically no mistakes there, which is good. I should be able to do that without mistakes. Okay, this part we have a dagger equipped. 2 down to the longbow, I need to remember that. The longbow is one of the most overpowered items in this game. And you might be able to tell why this item is so good. Let me know if you can spot it. The reason this item is so good is because when you're zoomed in, the angle of your camera is fixed. And that's one of the biggest pain points of this entire run, is moving changes the angle of your camera. And then, so like, imagine if you started in the asylum. Also, I wish Andre would shut up, so give me a second. And now I'll just try and talk. Imagine you start in the asylum and you start facing a direction, and everywhere from that point onward, you don't change that direction. You could, in your mind, just know where everything is and just say like, okay, I need to get through this area, so I'll just walk forward and to the left. And if I don't get there, I know I'm stuck here, and I can walk forward to the right and then walk forward to the left and things of that nature. But what actually happens is, as you walk through areas and do things, your camera changes slightly and then changes slightly some more and slightly some more. And so you might be walking forward the whole time, but your character is just doing circles or something like that. And you'll have no idea. You have no idea which way you're facing and have no idea how to fix it. All right, we did rest at the bonfire, so you can safely do this with no consequences. Now, this is a pretty good save point. If you want to know just how lost you can get in a blind run, you should check out my attempt yesterday at the Prowling Demon. I got pretty goddamn lost. I couldn't tell you how long I was lost for because I couldn't currently at the time see how much time was passing, but it was a while. Okay. Good to know that that can actually fail to work in 3 shots. I didn't know that. Here we forfeit 800 souls for convenience, but they might need to be used for something later on, once I find a purpose for them. All right, this next part is really cool. And because it's so cool, I'm going to attempt to actually do it without being able to see. I'm not going to put on the blindfold. It's too much work. But here we go. Hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5. Should be good. Now, there's a good chance that we're currently aimed at the Chandler's head. Let's hope we are. I'll have no way of knowing until he's dead or he does something bad. This is a good sign because he didn't try to attack us. All right, here goes. It's nothing. Okay, we might have also gotten lucky and maybe one of them missed. But they might have all missed. All right, we missed. We've been missing the whole time. Yep, that's unfortunate. But you can see it almost worked. Let's see how much we have to adjust. Yep, just one more tap would have worked. It's not an exact science. Now, I probably could have fixed that on my own, but it's more valuable to me to learn why the mistake happened than to just manage to fix the mistake. I would have had the opportunity to try that by tapping once more and shooting 5 more arrows, and if I still didn't hear anything, I could have tapped once more and shot 5 more arrows, and at that point, the run would be over. If he still wasn't dead. But he did die, and we were close. Now, we also forfeit these souls because I can't be bothered to find a use for them. Okay, now I might as well make this next save. For convenience and because... well, mostly just convenience. Here, I guess? Okay. I shoot those extra ones because technically I wouldn't have known that they all died, because 2 of them died at once. But okay. That went much better than it usually does. And now here, I also want to save. I actually don't currently have a save for gargoyles. That's good. Or interesting, I mean. Or, oh, maybe I should at least name it similar so it sticks in the same area. Okay. Now this I'm going to have to do a bunch of times just to see what happens, and also routing is about to begin. All that stuff was known. Gargoyles is technically known, but what happens after gargoyles we have no idea about. Now, I guess, technically, I should practice this blindfolded because it's just good practice, and the fight doesn't really change much regardless. So let's do that, I guess. Uh-oh. No. I've actually forgot how to quit out. Hopefully I can still do it with 10 arrows. Okay, that's good. Sounded bad. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, this is super bad. We've hit him 3 times, which... yeah. Also, one of those times seems to have been a... I don't know if they're technically a counter hit, or if they're an attack of opportunity. If someone's going to try and lecture you on the difference between those two. That went terribly. Yeah, that's terrible. No point in continuing. Literally over. Yeah, this fight has problems. Okay, I may have made a mistake, or I don't know. Let me quickly take a look at what happened there. Important learning opportunity. What is this? We're a minute behind. This is not the right fight. Okay, so we're shooting. Everything's fine. Oh, wow. Okay, let me go back. Okay. Yeah. Right. So that's a problem I have to deal with. He takes 245 damage on the first hit, which is why the second gargoyle was there so quickly, and it threw everything off. And he's right here already staggering me out of my stuff. I happen to get hit twice based on my position, and my whole lock-on situation is completely messed up. Okay. I assume that my save needs to get redone. It might be worth trying to find a strategy to like actually fight during after the cutscene without like quitting out. But my gut says that that's just going to make things worse. What makes the strategy so effective, which already isn't very effective, is that it takes so long for the second gargoyle to get there because our damage is so low. Uh-oh. Yep, this is bad. This is really bad because we've already gotten 3 hits in. Yeah, it's over. So after 3 hits... Actually, I don't remember. I should do a few sided to check this out because I don't know the answer to the question. How many hits does it take to summon the guy with or without an attack of opportunity? I should just call it a counter hit. I shouldn't let the word police tell me how to talk, but yeah, like I could try and fight him from that state, but it's kind of just asking for trouble. Okay, well, this is a good test already. Do 3. Yeah, okay, 3 hits with the attack. And so you want to just keep going and hope for the best. Sometimes you get lucky. Okay. That's what you want. Also note 2 heavy soul arrows to spare. That's important. So I can throw away 2 and still be okay. If I throw away 1, I can only miss 1 in the battle, etc., etc., etc. So, now we have the unfortunate situation of having 10,400 souls that we want to keep. But the problem is technically, we don't know where we are. And that's because we had to fight a boss that requires locking on and turning us and moving us and hitting us. And so there's just no way of knowing where we're going to end up. And so we're going to try and be reverse engineering the time-old, age-old Bubzia strat of echolocation. And so I don't really know how this strat works. Oh, right. This is gonna. I'm actually gonna have to use my camera controls. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but basically, we need to figure out where we are based on what our arrows do when we shoot them. So, like, there's a possibility that this spot is findable, where we've got the sound of shooting the roof, the sound of shooting stone, and the sound of shooting nothing, all relatively close to each other. Right, you can get nothing, you can get stone, and then you go to the side, and you get more nothing, and you're like, okay, well, that's too high. And you get nothing, and then You get roof, and you're like, okay, that's good. And you go to the right, and you get stone, and you're like, is that good? And then we just go like this. Hard to say. This is now a completely new save. Now, let the real routing commence, I guess. Gotta be a better way than that. So if anyone was wondering, is routing glamorous and sexy? I think you have your answer. I do hate to run back, but I feel like it's roughly the same length as quitting out and reloading a save. Slowly coming together. This also has to be like rock solid, by the way. Like, if this can go wrong, it's not good at all. Losing these souls is the worst thing. Okay, I think that's... It feels foolproof, but we have yet to try blind. Okay. I'm happy to write that one down. We can just do this. All right, it's been a while since we've worked with new strats. You may need to improvise. You're damn right you might. Okay, first thing is echolocate. It's just probably all one word, huh? It looks weird. The spot where up, left, this is what we have these little things for. Is miss. Do we have any downs anywhere? We could use some downs. Down left is roof. And right is stone. I forgot what we actually do there, but we'll probably have to work on that a little bit anyways. Something with walking forward. I don't know. You need to climb the ladder. It's this same ladder, so I can't imagine it changing the number of steps. And then reset camera. Walk. Up left for 10. Into forward. For 4. Into run. For 34. And then square brackets 38. This is a new thing I'm workshopping. And then walk for forward 6 more and square brackets 44. And then we go right 6. And then tap forward E, and we're on the ladder. Obviously, we ladder up, but how much? I don't know. Okay, this might sound silly, but I thought it was 29. You'd think I would have been counting better, but stuff happens. I'm gonna reset camera. There's no reason not to here. I mean that if I didn't, I was going to be completely miserable this whole stream. I'll just assume... Oh, I guess then... This would probably be beneficial. I need to start using this more. I assume this is going to kill me if I roll off the edge, right? Yep. Had to know. Excuse me. Excellent. Okay. Um... 15. I can probably just walk forward, huh? Okay. Um, zoom with the bow. Roll forward. Left 2. Do we have a back? I swear I already used one like 2 seconds ago. Did I not? Does no one remember me? Here we go. And then we unzoom, we arrow, turn right, C, zoom for, should we, well, we probably don't need to zoom. We'll probably just backstep. We probably don't even need to see, but, and then ladder, oh, sorry. E, ladder, up, 15, C, walk forward while pressing E. And I guess end, no, not dark sign. Homeward bone. Oh my god. The first homeward bone of the run. Now, before I do that, I need to figure out just what the heck I'm doing. Oh. So, one thing that would be nice to get is the Firekeeper Soul. I killed the Baronike Knight. It should be really easy to get. Excuse me. And it's a free Estus boost, and I like those. 2, we need to kill Lautrec. That's gonna be fun. 3, I assume we're just heading straight down to Blighttown to figure out what else we're gonna do. Also, we should spend our souls. We should also do that. We should do that first, even. But also, we need to know what we're going to be buying. For example, we may want to buy Homeward, the Miracle. We also may not want to buy it. So first, before we do any of that, I'm going to go back to my notes. And I'm going to... actually, notes is actually not the thing we need necessarily. What would be nice is... 28 intelligence. And I was technically in RTSR range, and I was poisoned. None of those things are necessary. But this might be... Okay, what I'm gonna do... Actually, okay. If I can find what day this was, you would think this would be the first day, wouldn't you? I'm already talking about Golem, so like... No, I didn't use Sorcery on Quelaag at this point. Okay. So we're looking for the next time. Maybe duel with BKH. Yeah. I prefer sorcery. Need to test the kind of damage. Okay. So this is the day I tested it, and I didn't really have any notes to say. All right. That seems about right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to homeward bone. And now I'm going to quit out and make a save. Because I need to change my save files up and do some testing before I can head onward. Also, I have way too many saves. It's ridiculous. Sorry about that. I tried to type a semicolon into a file into a folder name, and Windows doesn't like that shit. Okay. And actually, I need to load a new save, like I said I was going to do. So, please excuse the fact that a character is going to spontaneously transport a very large distance and levels. And you should also ignore the fact that we're currently wearing hunter gear. And if you could also excuse the death and then just pretend that didn't happen, that'd also be good too. I can see that there's absolutely no reason to have red tearstone ring right now. I clearly made this before I realized that you'd basically die by the time you get to where you need to be. Okay. So, that was 10 shots, which is what we came here for. We have 2 more shots, and they would be completely free. Actually, we're going to abuse the save file a little bit. I hope nobody minds. Okay, Let's take a crazy number like 22. You'll notice that we're missing our hair suddenly. It's just a normal part of the process. I'm just realizing now that this is going to be a pain in the butt. Because every time I want to do this, I have to copy over the save file, put it in the place, open up my cheaty, open up my software stuff, change the number, resave it, close the file. Okay. That suggests that it really does not matter what level our intelligence is. She's just going to die whatever we want to do. Which is useful, but a little frustrating as well. Because it means I have to pick a number and just say, yeah, I guess it's good. So I'm going to go back to my previous save. Back when I had hair. Ah, hair. So nice. Okay, I should also look at... Excuse me a moment. For Iron Golem, we have written down 36 intelligence. Now, that's probably a number we really, really want to hit for a lot of reasons. And 28 is probably the number we get if we spend all of our souls into intelligence right now. It is not. Interesting. 25. Also, I mean, it's enough. That's for sure. And I assume this would kill in at least 12. Which is nice, because then I don't have to bother about swapping. But where it isn't particularly nice is at some point I need to buy the Homeward Miracle. And this is kind of the opportune moment to do that. Maybe second most opportune. Right? Hard to say. Might be the best moment to do it. And in order to buy that, that costs 8,000 souls. Which means we're leveling up a whole lot less. So I don't like doing that. We could also spend all the souls into intelligence, and then we could go kill Moonlight Butterfly, which assuredly isn't easy, but isn't too hard either. And that would give us another 10k souls to work with. What will you do with that 10k? I have no idea. Also, I'm noticing that it says my level is 16, which is the level it was saying that I was at 22, which tells me that that character had spent some points elsewhere. Or, oh, probably didn't spend in dexterity, if I'm being honest. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. The points that I put into dexterity got taken out of intelligence. Okay. Yeah. So, I think for now we'll assume 25 intelligence, but actually before we even bother spending these, let's go see how 25 intelligence works on Quelaag. Interesting. Oh, because I didn't level up. That's why it says that. Okay. And yeah. I was absolutely correct with the dexterity thing. Which makes sense. I tend to be correct a lot. Uh-oh. And it's over. I wonder how hard it would be to just fight Quelaag straight up. This strategy is too easy. I mean, it's hard to set up, but I think you can see what makes it so effective. I would love to turn off certain Windows sounds, like that one. Never looked into how to do that. Or just, like, make them quieter. Less ear-piercing, you know what I mean? I know you know what I mean. Well, that's bad. My God. I like how this isn't even me trying to figure out how to do the strat blindfold. This is just me trying to figure out how much damage I do if I were to use the strat. That's what I enjoy. I again apologize. I don't think I actually apologized last time, but I do apologize for the annoying sounds. It's hard to know how to correct yourself there. That's disheartening. I don't really want to try that anymore. It's just frustrating, and I don't really care about the answer. Okay, now before I go back into the game, because it's going to get loud with Andre smashing his little hammer all the time, he's got a bit of an inferiority complex. He's kind of sensitive about it, as you can imagine. So, we're just going to sit here and talk about what our plans are. I think probably the easiest thing to do is just go down to Quelaag, just, quickly zap her out of existence, grab the bell, and get back up. Alternatives that we also have, which I will save for later, should we prove to need the souls, is we can go down to Blighttown as a human, and we can kill I don't remember the butcher's name. Interesting. Well, we could kill her. She drops like something like 8,000 souls and some humanities and stuff. Probably don't want to do that if I don't have to, but it is a nice chunk of souls. You might even say it's a homeward worth of souls. Meaning you could go down there, kill her, homeward bound back, grab homeward the miracle, and then go back down and take out Quelaag and ring the bell. Not terrible, but it does depend on how difficult getting down Blighttown is, and getting down Blighttown without losing your humanity, and killing... Is it, I want to say Malentia. Is that crazy? Is that a... Wikis exist for a reason, don't they? Man-Eater Mildred. Malentia. Chaos Witch. Is Malentia like the old lady from Dark Souls 2? I don't know. 8748. She's got not that much health. She's killable. What the heck? Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't realize she was considered a Black Phantom. Because she's red. There's a red Phantom. I guess one thing I could quickly do is see how hard it is to just... Oh, well. Yeah, I could do that. I could go see how hard it is to kill her. That could be fun. I changed my mind. We're going back to our old ways. Technically, I should still edit the file, though. So there's going to be a noise, not right now. It's going to be really soon. I couldn't know exactly when it was going to happen because I forgot. Okay. Right. So, we are going to heal up, grab the bonfire. And we're going to do all that without any hair. I know, it's impressive. What can I say? I'm mostly just curious how many these guys can take. That's nice. That's not so nice. We find ourselves in an interesting situation where there's 9,000 souls in the bottom of Blighttown, which are just ripe for the picking, as some might say. But it might actually be easier to kill Mildred than to pick up those souls. Which is weird. Because those souls are really easy to get, if you can see. Now, we're not concerned with the mechanics of doing this. We're just concerned with... Let's go, like, out here or something. I don't know when she spawns. Yeah, okay, it's pretty easy to get her to spawn. Realistically, we should be ready to meet her. Ooh. It seems doable. Now we just get a humanity from that? Or... What is picking up thing do? I'm generally a little bit confused. Just trying to understand game mechanics, don't mind me. Is it literally just like her items on the ground that is the stain? Or are they two different things? I felt like the stain didn't give me anything. Like maybe it gave me the one humanity, the one soft humanity that I have, and that would make sense. It's just nice to know these things. We'll assume that for now. Okay, so that seems doable if we need to do it. Obviously, I can't use the bonfire, or maybe not obviously, but I definitely can't use the bonfire. But it was just convenient for getting human. Also, like 3,000-ish souls from something. Probably Lautrec is part of that. Maybe also 500 from one of those poison barbarians or infected barbarians or whatever they're called. Okay. But definitely doable. Not sure if it's worth it. Hard to say. I think for now we'll assume we don't do that, and we'll try and make up without it. But getting homeward would be super sick. It also, like, I think we do need homeward at some point in the run, which also means we need to find a lot more souls to be able to use homeward. It's also the whole reason we picked up the talisman earlier. Because I think it's going to be important for farming. If memory serves, there are two um, merchants in the entire game which sell homeward bones. Hold on, actually. What is it? Dark Souls, stat planner, or something like that. This one is the good one. So we're a sorcerer, and we want eventually, is it 19 or is it more than, is it 23? I don't remember. We'll say 23 for now. I think at some point we need 6 slots. 23. We would like 40 vitality. We want 14 dexterity. And we want 44 intelligence. That's looks about right. Obviously, we'd love more endurance, but we probably can't afford it. So 842,000 souls versus um versus what? What do we? Oh, right. We also need 18 faith. Holy shit. That's a difference of 379,338 souls. It sounds kind of crazy, but I do think it's worth it. But that's the also the equivalent of 758 homeward bones. Um, and I don't know this off the top of my head, and it would be shouldn't be too hard to find. We're currently planning on farming phalanxes. 10,000 souls per trip, I assume. But we have to eliminate the covetous silver serpent ring, which is a 20% increase. I don't know if it's exactly 10,000. Can we get another calculator? I don't want to mess with this. So 8,333 souls. It also assumes overkill, which I think we can't guarantee because we're not using pyromancy. And who knows how we're going to be able to do this. Does I guess I'll look at overkill, see how much it gives. We'll assume no overkill. 100, no, 20%. Oh, 20% bonus, huh? And we assume the stack is quite serious. So we'll divide by another 1.2. So assume this many souls per trip means what am I trying to figure out here exactly? Um, we want the number of trips it would take to get the number of souls we need. I mean, granted, if we're using Homeward Bones, it's going to cost 500 extra per trip, but we're including that in this calculation of the extra souls it's going to cost. So we'd have to make 758 trips to order to be worth it. So if we just say that's 5 million souls, which tells me that it's not worth getting Homeward unless um it could also just be the case that it's difficult to get enough Homeward Bones together to get enough souls. And also, if we get a certain amount of Homeward Bones and we end up wasting one or losing souls and having to start over, which could easily happen, um, then suddenly it's going to actually be very helpful to have Homeward, even if it would take, again, like way, way more trips than it's otherwise saving us. It's not like it costs us that much to even pick up the talisman already. But here's the thing, okay? Divided by 758. So this is the souls per trip. And we need to do we can get rid of this, I think. 842, 619. It's not this exact number that we need, because we'll already get some like as a base level, but it's the majority of this we need. So if we divide by 6944.44, it's 121 trips. But actually, no. Do we want to subtract the cost of the Homeward Bone out at this point? Because we'd have to buy the bone ahead of time anyway, so I don't, I think maybe it's better to not include it right now. So 121 trips. Is 60,000 souls worth of Homeward Bones. 60,500 to be specific. And actually, it'd be 61,000 because we need to take the extra trip. And except we wouldn't need to take the extra trip because we'd get the other souls from elsewhere. So we'll just say 60,000 souls would need to be invested in Homeward Bones. But the problem is they need to be invested in Homeward Bones possibly before Ornstein and Smo, possibly after. Technically, it doesn't matter which, and if we do it before, it makes Ornstein and Smo easier, but if we do it before, it also makes farming harder. Like, that's a lot of Homeward Bones. That's a lot of souls to just get on your possession and turn into bones. Also, should point out that spending souls on Homeward Bones is really hard and dangerous. because as I didn't finish saying earlier, um, there's two merchants that I know of that it says on the wiki, anyways, that sell homeward bones, and the one is Cromwell the Pardoner. I think that's his name, unless he's got a different name in this. Could have just clicked on merchants, huh? Oswald of Cream. That's right. Okay. Cromwell is different game. Actually, does I think maybe someone else sells them earlier too. It's just that they are later in the game and therefore not helpful. Yes, Hawkeye Goth. That's what I thought. 300 each. Also, Marvelous Chester, 600 each. I can't imagine paying those prices. Okay, there are more. I just didn't clock Vamos because there's no way in fuck I'm going to Vamos for Homeward Bones. You'd have to be insane. The Undead Merchant female is not so ridiculous, but is a bit out of the way and a bit tricky to get to. But all you have to do is get through a few hollows and a dangerous drop off, and then you're home free getting the souls. Versus Oswald of Kareem, you have to get through those hollows, not free. Goff is way too far into the run. Maybe not so far in. Like, if we don't need to farm before Ornstein and Smoke, Goff is not ridiculous. Or is that true? Because you have to kill Ornstein and Smo, then you have to kill the Hydra. Those, I mean, difficult as they are, they're not ridiculous things to do on low levels. And then you have to go into Seath's or Duke's Archives and kill the Crystal Golem. Again, not ridiculous. And then you have to make into the DLC, kill the Sanctuary Guardian, who is trickier at lower levels, for sure. And then once you get past him, you can freely fight Calamite on your own. Or no, you have to kill Artorias to get the key to open up the place. And yeah, you need to kill Artorias for so many reasons. So that's not ideal to use Goff. It's like you want, I think, like 44 intelligence by Artorias already. So that's kind of like, once we get there, we're already basically, our build is done. So yeah, also I should point out, though, I've been hemming and hawing, if you can call it that, about Homeward Bones and Homeward. It's also useful in the event that you simply want to just reset constantly without losing souls, but that's less of a problem. The only real reason you wouldn't need to use a dark sign is if you were farming or you had souls that you need to carry somewhere. So, like, for the most part, you can just use the dark sign. You don't need Homeward Bones. But specifically with farming, which we do almost certainly have to do, we need them. Also worth being noted is if we can find a trip of killing stuff that gives us more souls, we would need less bones to do it. Or even if we could find a way of farming that doesn't require any bones, that could also potentially be very helpful. We don't actually know what our farming method is going to be. Dark Wraith and Ghost, get the fuck out of here. Ulasil bloatheads. Oh, we do also have the symbol of avarice, but I also, well, we can probably use it. Like it's in the calculations currently, I believe. Yeah, because I didn't take it out. This method seems the best. Like, that's crazy. Nothing else is coming close. Like 10,000 for a minute 30. This is twice as fast here. 10,000 for 10,000 plus for a minute. Okay, yeah, a little bit different. Yeah, that's not happening. Sokka's. See, they recommend Homeward. But I mean, also, this is interesting. It looks like I don't know if they're recommending soul drop gear. Presumably, they have the ring included. I don't know. I mean, it's a good thing to think about for when I'm in the archives because it'll be nah. Well, because the Painted World is cut off, so it's like you really only want to farm there once. It'll be one big farming session there, and then we'll need to farm probably a bit more somewhere else to buy from Logan all his sorceries. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess all of that is to say, I mean, this line of thinking is helpful regardless. But all of that was essentially to say, I don't think we're going to be buying Homeward. We're going to try and go without, I guess. But we've got it as a backup plan in case we need it. I feel much more comfortable having it, but as I've already explained, it's very expensive. So very expensive. I can make it cheaper by doing things like this. You know, but that's cutting out of my vitality, which I don't like. Okay. So, where even am I? In Blighttown? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, for now, the strat, I think, is 25 intelligence. Go kill Quaylog. Get the Firekeeper Soul, kill a Trek, go kill Quaylog. Ignore Mildred. She's a distraction right now. We'll cross that bridge if we need to. And we should have hair again. If at any point during the actual run we suddenly don't have hair, you'll know something is up. But we have hair. Now, actually, just 1,700 souls is nothing to sneeze at. I was just gonna see if there's anything worth buying. Not besides arrows, I can't imagine. I can't imagine using anything but wooden arrows. Their cheapness is... it just can't be matched.
Go get you.
Presumably we'll need quite a lot for mistakes and the like. And we'll forfeit the one soul. I'm okay with that. So, a bit of a problem we're going to be having is I seem quite far forward here. Four, turn around, walk backwards a little, maybe. Okay, I don't like a lot of that.
listen.
What the heck is... Oh, really? That's interesting. Oh, thanks for that. You can get over it, but... Interesting. It does... I mean, it's tricky and it's painful, but it does seem like that might be the best way to get down in the quickest amount of routing, not necessarily the quickest amount of time. And who knows about consistency. Okay, so level... int 25. Hmm. Did I use the low? This is how I did leveling. Interesting. Yeah, well, we'll deal with it for now. It's 25. by wooden arrows with rest of souls. Dark sign. Then we have the classic. No, not this. Oh, okay. This isn't even the strat anymore, technically. Quit out. First, we need to zoom. Roll 4, unzoom. And then we'll just walk, presumably backwards. Until we pick up the item. Then resume. Roll left 4. Walk. Right 2. Then something. That's all we have. Technically, I need to reset my save. Oh, I don't want to, though. Okay, we're just gonna pretend like we got it, okay? Is that cool with everyone? Just need to grab this save file here. Okay. So our current strat, our current thing we were trying to do is kill Lautrec.
You leave me no choice. But if this is our fate, so be it.
Okay. Before we can come up with a backup strat, we kind of need a regular strat. A non-backup strat.
You leave me no choice.
Is that going to be consistent? Who knows?
You leave me no choice. But if it
Seems pretty good. This is something we'll want to test a lot, though. You leave me no choice. It does suck that it doesn't make noise doing that, but it also makes it consistent if it works.
you leave me no choice.
Okay, I'm not going to bother. Well, actually, I should. I need to make sure if I don't get hit, that I can still roll forward and get the ring. It's probably crazy to do this. Because dying would be really bad. Although it wouldn't necessarily kill a run. It would just make a run suck. Okay, I like the strat enough that I don't want to test it anymore. I'll get to Firelink. This is just undecided how we're going to do that. Okay. Ugh. Okay, law trip. Why? Why must you? So we need the usual. Yeah, so you confirm running works. Do 6 forward. And that's all, it stays the same. Left. And then we tap right. I guess I should test whether or not you can move and also hear yourself move. So you can move forward a little bit. It should still work, but like it could cause problems. So we should test that. Okay. And we do that, and then we reset camera, I assume is what we do, and then zoom in, and then walk. That's correct. And then we camera down, fold. Don't know what I used to notate that yet. Zoom, swap to catalyst, heavy soul arrow, the soul arrow. I'll say no delay. And then also you should roll off edge. Might hit you. Quit out. Roll forward. And E by 2 or whatever it is. And then presumably dark sign. We could also try and like route it in, but I don't know about that. That's a later decision to make. Okay. Good miss here.
You leave me no choice. This is our fate. So be it.
Well, that sucks. Interesting. Wow.
You leave me no choice.
I guess I could roll out before I quit out, which would save me having to actually do the quit out. Maybe. I mean, it is pretty consistent, but there is some discrepancies. Which is like maybe maybe I should find a different strat? I don't know. Hard to say. Do it once blind, I guess. See how it goes. Okay. Now, hopefully this is the aim down button.
You leave me no choice. This is our fate. So be it.
Yeah, they still did it. I don't really need to do this next part blind to know that it will work or not work. It's pretty hard to mess this up. Nice. And also, technically, I can equip this now, I think, because there's very little chance that I don't use it. It does feel bad to throw away souls so often, but I'm not really sure what else to do about it. There is the opportunity to just like roll off the edge and then do the whole strat again, and on your way just pick up the bloodstain. That could be possible. Worth thinking about. It works specifically because we have an edge so nearby. But okay. So, we need to get to Blighttown. That'll be fun. I don't want to do that a whole bunch of times, although it would be nice to try and figure out a consistent way to do it, maybe, or to see what goes wrong sometimes. Um, that's just a pain in the butt. Just configuring my saves is all. All right. Time to guess. Well, that wasn't the right answer. Okay. This is where it gets scary. Okay. Back to my handy dandy scratch pad. In my head, that was upright. Remembering how I do this for probably about like 3. It was really short. And then a roll the right into straight for 50, which was a walk. Into 2 to the right, which is a walk. Into a run forward of like 30, I'm not sure. Into up left, think, a run for unsure, into straight for unsure, into up right for unsure, into E. That's what I have. I mean, close-ish. I counted 28, but it wasn't quite enough. Hold on, I'm probably missed. Actually, I don't know what that does. Okay, so it's forward 50. Or, oh, whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. I did remember the rest of the stuff correct, but I didn't actually get the correct number. So I'll just have to try again. That sucks. Wow, that is weird. There was virtually no difference. Oh, it's because of rolling uphill? Oh, yuck. Hmm. Also, I'm realizing I should do that. This is going to be tricky. So I'm currently getting into the same position now, but I thought I was in a different position earlier, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe this was always the spot. I don't know. Well, that strat sucks. Tell you what, if it doesn't work sighted, it doesn't work blind. That's just the rule. Yes. Okay. Let's go through what we have so far. We have arrow, turn, left, backstep by 2, forward 50, walk, right 3, walk, and run forward 20, uh, tap upright for 1, and then a few more steps, not sure how many. And then up left for not sure how many, and then straight for 18, and then up right for 3, and that's a walk, and then forward E spam. Part of the problem is my arrow turning isn't as precise as I thought it was. Sometimes you can turn without moving, and sometimes you turn and move a little bit. It's still better than doing it manually, like without the arrow swapping, I think. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just as bad. Wonder what we could do with arrows. Probably not much. Interesting. Do they see me? Yes, they do. Well, this isn't worth it. I mean, it's fantastic that I managed to get him stuck. Oh, he's not going to be stuck anymore. But they are distractible with arrows. I don't know how that helps, but... Our problem was not actually with the big walking sacks of meat. It's actually with the stuff in the room around them. Hmm. Interesting. Can we... Um, it's a little crazy. God, there's some annoying stuff in the way. Ooh, that's a big one. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. That's not going to be consistent. Smashing that one seems to help, though. Because it alerts the other guy, which makes him turn around, which means he's probably going to start his attack sooner, which means he's probably not going to do an attack that can smack you from behind. Not sure about that, though. Yay! So even though we do all this setup, we can still die. That's just to make sure that I'm actually in the spot, by the way. What's it take to kill these guys? We can't afford to. And this is the regular soul arrows. Also, they have a lot of health, and there's 2 of them. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't like the strat. Hmm. Weirdly, seems slightly better. Also, minor thing, but I could take the opportunity to upgrade my Estus flask. Could also like wait till I have more, turn them in all at the same time. Because one doesn't really help that much. Not when you're blind. Okay, what did I remember? So we had a new weird thing. We get rid of this. We don't like the arrow turn right, and then we lock on, and then we run up left for like 3. Doesn't really matter, and then we go straight for like 16. And then we roll forward. And then we run for, I didn't catch how much forward. And then we go up left for 4. Walk into this 18, 3, and E. So we'll double check the 16 because I'm not 100%, and we'll see what the rest is. Also, it's going to potentially change if we end up rolling or not, or rolling or jumping. We can stop jumps from happening, but we don't currently have it set up to do that. Also, all this could be undone by having an inconsistent starting point. I screwed up pretty hard there. Bad example. I guess I should parry stop, I think. Okay, maybe I should go like 11. Let's make sure that this is, in fact... Yes, okay, we're gonna try it. Okay, I should check what the heck happened. That was weird. Okay, just gotta wait for this to catch up. Any second now. Wait, I'm looking at this. Why am I? I guess that's how tight everything is. It's such a long stream already that... Excuse? Right, this looks fine. Huh. The hell? Everything looks normal. Right. And then... we just get caught. I mean, it doesn't really matter what happens at this point, because yeah. What the heck? I couldn't possibly explain why that happened. But it's not good. That's for sure. Okay, well, that sucks. Sometimes you just get stuck. Oh, maybe because the... Yeah, that makes sense. So we're gonna just do this. We're gonna walk forward one. That's the first time I've ever done fall damage to a mosquito before. I think we need to refine some of our stuff a little bit. This is probably all messed up the camera, but okay, we'll try 11, then 5. Maybe that'll be better. Well, we can get hit. Hmm. I can't imagine using an arrow as a distraction would ever be beneficial because I feel like I'm just giving them the opportunity to be in a worse location for me. I don't know, let's just try this again. Well, good. Dude, trying to hear anything during all that is just insane. I genuinely can't count any of my footsteps. And it's not because I can't hear well enough, it's that you physically cannot hear them. Hmm. Hmm. Here's a slightly different spot than I'm used to. Every step that they make is virtually indistinguishable from mine. Would it be possible to cast Hush on each and every one of these guys? I do hate this. Um, I didn't want to turn up the sound just yet because there's some sounds in game that get a little loud. Already this is too loud for my ears. I hate this. Also, sorry for this. It's gonna be loud. That didn't help at all. As you can imagine, making the game louder just makes the game louder. Okay. I'm actually thinking that, like, maybe I'll need to incorporate some sort of not verbal, auditory timing system where I can just press a button and it'll have a voice count out for me so that I can do some of this. That or just find a better way to do it. I mean, I could do a lot of quitting out. I hate quitting out. I can't imagine quitting out being helpful versus these guys, because if they hit you, it's kind of really, really bad. And if they don't hit you, then why did you bother quitting out? Um, it would probably be useful to do something like alluring skulls, but as stated in a previous uh, day of doing this, they're hard to get. They're are they finite? I assume they're not. I assume you can get infinite of them. Yay. Dopicky's down again. Oh, did it work? No, it didn't. I don't care. Whoever tells me where they are. Marvelous Chester. Undead female merchant for 500 each. That's pricey. I'd rather have an inconsistent strat than have to go buy one of those every time. Infested Barbarian. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, I guess let's play around with bows. Oh, goddammit. Let's play around with the bow and distracting them. Maybe we can put them into a spot that I like. Well, shit. See you later, nerds. Actually, kind of think of it, it might make sense to quit out near the end of the tunnel. Just because it'll make it less scary. Would it actually help? Probably not, to be honest. I don't know. God damn it. Okay, here's a weird strat. See, that's what I was originally getting. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why it happened that time, but I don't know why it stopped happening. Okay. So here's the weird idea, okay? We'll just actually, for now, we'll just say, let's just shoot this guy. Quit out. I don't think this specific shot is going to work. It seems like if you shoot them directly, they get very upset. Yeah, I'm going to assume that I'm not just getting incredibly unlucky, that this is what they're going to do pretty much every time I shoot one of them. But let's just imagine this for now. This is bad, but we'll just see what happens. Interesting. Are they actually going to keep this as their new position? Yeah, okay. So you can like maybe lure them into a spot that's beneficial. But that's not actually what I was trying to do. That's not actually the crazy strat, okay? Maybe they just don't do that thing very often. I'm trying to see if like you could do a strat where you just keep shooting arrows every time you load in until at some point they both do the roar. But they don't like to do the roar. They both did the roar that one time and I was like, oh, that's sweet. You can just come through the roar, but no. Nah. Okay, it does just seem to be random. That strat sucks. Honestly, just stay here. Why not? Hmm. So, either we find a way to kill them. Don't love that idea because it'll take a while. Or we just figure out how to get past. Hmm. I'm open to ideas here. I mean, fuck. I don't think there's a path you can take where you won't get hit some of the time. Now, I can accept that I'll get hit some of the time, but even when I have a strat that seems like it works when I don't get hit, it doesn't work all of the time when I don't get hit. Mhm. I mean, I could look into. Now, okay, here's a problem we're going to have, run into, um, in the future, is Hidden Body and/or the Ring of Fog and/or Hush and/or the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring. Now, Hidden Body is perfect in every way except the fact that it doesn't last forever. The Ring of Fog is actually perfect, except for the fact that you can't get it very easily. The Hush spell is perfect, except you don't consider the fact that it removes the sound of your footsteps, which is actually really helpful, except when it isn't. And the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring is also perfect, except for the reasons mentioned with this Hush spell. So, like, I could potentially run through these guys with Hidden Body and the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring or Hush. Actually, I can't do both. I'd have to do Ring and Hidden Body, or Ring and Ring, or Hush and Ring. And they probably wouldn't attack me. That's a lot of work to do all that, but like, hey, if it makes it easier, it makes it easier. The biggest problem, of course, as I mentioned, is Hush and or Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring remove my footsteps, which make it really hard to get past them. Um, That also brings into my mind the idea of a counting system. Something that will be consistent, that I can hear. Even if I just had a metronome that I could just set up. I think that would actually be preferred if I could get a metronome. Setting it up might be annoying. But seems totally within the rules to me. Then I can count my steps potentially. But none of that actually affects me here. Like, this should be possible. It's just goddamn hard. Huh. Um, nope, none of that magically helps. If you just get the angle right and everything goes perfectly and you can somehow magically count your steps without any ability to hear them, it goes good. And you don't get hit. Did I mention that already? Okay, I don't think sneaking past them is the best idea. I think a metronome is actually the best idea. Or something metronome-like. And I don't really know how to get past this without it. I suppose, in the meantime, without a metronome, I can go back a ways and route the thing that I hadn't routed yet. Because I was just feeling lazy. Now, technically, when we're doing this, we could spend our souls, but we don't actually need to because we already have a save past this point, so we're just going to ignore doing that. That's a little problematic. Ignore for now, I guess. Well, hmm. I don't like walking here, to be honest. Let's assume we can get here. So confused why this is happening right now. Something like that. Okay, I hate that that's not consistent. Okay. Yeah, let's see what I got. Okay. I keep it. This is we're in the elevator. We get to the bottom. We unzoom. We walk forward. I think. Or never counted. Then we go left for 20. We'll assume we don't have to do the stop yet. And then we go up right. Oh, no, there are no uprights I can borrow. For 21. and we go quickly forward for a tap. And then we go backwards for a tap, which seems counterproductive, but it makes sure we're in the same spot. And then we run forward for, I believe it was like 33, 34. Roll to the right. Oh, whoops. We don't have to specify roll again. Roll forward 3 times, and then to the right one more time. E is fine. So we need to know this number. We need to know if this is going to be necessary. Let's test it one more time. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, this I might as well do blind up to a point. I believe I have the bow equipped. Now I'd like to check this. So, okay, it seems like it's working like this. We'll just do it like this. And just as we predicted, I can look at this now because, I mean, what's going to happen? Okay, now we hope this gets us into the right spot. We unzoom and hold forward. $15. We won't write that down just yet. We'll just try this. Cool. Yeah, I like that. So, a walk to we don't think is necessary. Also, why is there a Z here? Oh, I see. Yeah. Currently, we're walking forward 16. It might not be necessary to do this walking with the bow, like it's super slow. Um, but it gets us consistent, so 15 here, 20, 21, forward, backwards, reset, run 30, 34. Ish. It's because like that's when we stop running that our footsteps go a little crazy anyway, so it's hard to count. Then roll there, roll 3, there, E. All seems to work. Okay. So I don't have much else I feel I can do today that would be very efficient or worth my time. Also, within the amount of time that I have left to stream, which is 30 minutes, I feel that I need a metronome type solution to continue on at least these strats upcoming ahead of us. And looking at any of the old strats, I don't really feel like dealing with those right now. Practicing anything seemed pointless because I'm about to take a weekend off. So I think I'm done for the day, or the night, depending on how you look at it. But thanks to everyone who stopped by. I guess apparently it was July 4th today. I took July 1st off, so it's only fair that you guys get to take July 4th off. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, look it up maybe. Anyways, I'm going to get going, but thanks for sticking around. Thanks to everyone who stopped by, and take it easy. I'll be back on Monday.